Hi, welcome to this video series on how to create a HR attendance system in C#. My name is Ayuba Ojanugwamoazu, and in this video series here we are going to look at how we can create a simple HR attendance system using the Microsoft .NET technology. So basically we're going to create it in ASP.NET, C# and Microsoft SQL Server. The aim of this tutorial will teach you some basics of authentication and authorization, and then you also get to learn how to design a simple database for a system like this. And then you are also going to learn at the end of the day how to structure application properly to meet modern standards. So that is what we're going to do. So we're going to create a simple HR attendance system that will have the admin interface where the admin can assign working hours to employees, and employees can sign in and clock in to their desktop. So it's just going to be that simple but elaborate. So stay with me while I take you through this amazing video tutorial, and I hope you're going to enjoy it. So like I said, one more time, my name is Ayuba Ojanugwamoazu. Thank you. Hello, welcome to session 1 on this video series on how to create a HR attendance system in C#. Now in session 1 here, we are going to look at the requirements and set up the application structure that we are going to use for that we are going to use at the end of the day. So what are the requirements of the HR attendance? We're going to have the roles that are going to be in our applications are going to be the HR admin role first, and then the employee role. And the HR admin will have the privilege to create an employee and then assign working hours to each employee. And then employee can on the other hand can log into the system and then sign in or sign out, or sign in during break time, sign out during break time, and all that. So they're going to have a kind of interface where they can clock in. So that's what the requirements of the application is. So, and we're going to use Visual Studio to create the business layer and the interface, and then we're going to use Microsoft SQL Server to create the database. So let's just quickly head up to Visual Studio and see what we can do. So I have my Visual Studio here, Visual Studio 2015 installed on the system. So I right click these and run as an administrator. Now I want to host this application on Internet Information Server, IIS. So I click on these to get my Visual Studio up and running. So our application, like I said, is going to be that easy, and the HR admin at the end of the day, of course, can view reports of employees that have signed in, at what time do they sign into the system, and at what time do they sign out of the system. So okay, I created something like this before, so let's create a new one. I don't think this is on the list now. Yes, we don't have this, so let's create a new HR attendance app. Now you go to File, go to New, Website, ASP.NET Forms website, so we can leverage on an already existing template. So we say HR attendance. Now you can see my web location is HTTP. Yours can be file system, but mine is HTTP because I want to host this on Internet Information Server. So good HR attendance, so you go right ahead and click OK. So wait for this to create. So it might take some time, just but not much, because it's adding all these to the project, which actually we don't really need all of them, but just to give us a head start. So that's why we are using the ASP.NET Web Form. So let's give this some time to create, and then we shall continue. Okay, web project requires SQL Server Express, which is not installed on the system. That's okay. No problem, we have SQL Server here. So just click OK. And then we conclude this. Now, Visual Studio has automatically created a full blown working application for us, but I'm going to take you through the process so that you get to see what we are going to have at the end of the day. Let me view these on browser so you get to see what we have. So you can see templates. We have a template here where we can change this to application name. We have home, we have this menu, and then we have register login, and then we have this interface here. So if you click on each of these menu, of course you can see that you'll be redirected to appropriate pages, and then register. Okay, we don't have SQL Server Express installed, right? So that might give us a problem. Okay, well, you can see this is the register interface. So we're going to leverage on these to make our developments easier. Let's go back to the main page. Now, so here is the structure. You can see we have accounts, and here we store everything that has to do with the account of user who is going to log into the application. And then you can see here is where the login page is, the registration page, the register through external login, like through external services like Facebook and Twitter. And then of course here you can manage the accounts, like you can delete user, you can add user, you can change user roles and all that. Then of course we'll have the app code. Here we're going to store some business rules here. So basically we're going to use type data set, so we're going to store business rule here. And then we have the updater, assuming we have our SQL Server Express installed. We can store our database here, but we're not going to use this. And then of course we'll have the bin, where we store a whole lot of DLLs, dynamic link libraries, that we want to use use in application. Then yes, we have contents. Okay, so here we store our CSS files. You can see we'll have bootstrap.css. Now you can go to the Bootstrap website, get bootstrap.com, and then you can download the latest CSS file for Bootstrap. And then fonts too, you can see we have that. And then scripts. Here we have our JavaScript, a whole lot of all this installed, but we are really not going to bother ourselves with most of this. Oh, now I've touched something. So we're really not going to bother ourselves with most of this. And then of course we'll have these pages. Then you can see we'll have our site.master, our master page file. Now what we're going to add to this application structure is we're going to add this folder, HR admin, where we store logics that are related to HR admin, like creating like viewer reports, you know. Then we have another folder, employee. So this would be the employee's workspace or desktop, where he can sign in or sign out of his or her desktop. So this is going to be our structure for this simple application. And okay, good. So you're going to stay with me in the next session, where we go into user interface design, and then we design the necessary interface before we proceed to the application database design and the application logic design. So thank you. Hi, welcome to session 2 on this video series on how to create a HR attendance system in C#. Now in session 2 here, we are going to start by designing the user interface of the app. We are going to focus on designing the admin user interfaces and the employee user interfaces. So without wasting too much time, let's hit back our Visual Studio. Now we have this interface already that we are going to modify. So we just change this here. Of course, these just change this to receive system, and then we can change this here. Let's say an ASP.NET HR attendance simple system. Then getting started here, we can see you can log in at the getting started. We can just write in English. You can log in at the upper right section to start your session. Do something like this, and then let's just put some few English, easy to use, and self easy to use. And what am I going to write here? Just put this self workstation. No, employee desktop. self as an employee, you can sign up, you can sign in and out of the system yourself. Easy to use. Just log in and start using. Just simple, something like this. So let's refresh this and see what we have written. Now let's see what we have. Okay, good. HR attendance system. Let me remove the system. I think HR attendance will suffice. So let's just say HR attendance. This will suffice. And then getting started, you can log in at the upper right section to start your session. Just log in and start using. Just simple English here. What we are going to focus on mostly is the admin and the employee interface. So now that we have this, let's go right ahead and create what we will need to be using. So let's go to okay, let me see how am I going to do this now to make this easier. Here's the master page. I want the admin to have his own master page and the employees to also have their own master page. Okay, good. We have anonymous template here, and then okay, login view. Okay, good. So I think we're going to use the roles group. I think that's what we are going to use. I'm just testing something. Okay, good. So we're going to use a roles group template. So this will make it easier for us. Now, let me just explain this. Here's what we are going to do. Now, we'll first of all have these. Let me change this to HR attendance. This is on the sites.master. HR attendance. Okay, so we will leave the home about contact for the general public. Let's say you're an anonymous person, you have not logged into the system yet, so you are going to be able to view this. You're going to be able to view this home about contact. Now for the admin, we're going to also add another menu like create employee, then also another menu like we're going to have create employee. We're going to have that's for the admin. We're going to have create employee, then of course assign employee to work hours, and then create departments. Let's just put create departments and then create employee. Create department. department, create employee. So, and that will be in this login view here. So you can see login view. You can actually use the login view you can use the login view control to determine which user role in your application should view what. For example, you could say if a logged in user is in the admin role, then the login user can create a user and create a department. But if the login user is in employee role, then that user can only maybe sign in attendance. So that is how it's going to be. So let's do that. Let's do that. And then here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this like this. So we're going to use roles group, role group. So we say roles admin or HR admin, and then we can just pick this, something like this. So let's follow the convention that we have here, which is content template. So we have UL class. So we pick this, just the same like what we have here. Pick that CSS file, and then of course I can pick something like this. Now here I'll say create department. Create department. And then I change this to admin, the HR admin, sorry, HR admin, and then create department. And then on the second one, should I create the department? So I'll try to make it easy anyway. Create employee. Well, instead of creating this department, okay, well, let's just leave it like that. I'll add employee. Let's just leave it employee department, then reports. So have departments, employee, and reports. Now that is what the HR admin should be able to do. Should be able to see all the departments, should be able to see the employees, and then should be able to see attendance reports that we're going to have here. Then the next thing now is the same way we're going to have roles group for this. For HR admin, we're going to have for employee. So if it's an employee that is logged in, content templates, same user interface, we can go right ahead and pick this, and then we can just put these sign attendance, sign, and then here will be employee, sign attendance. So So here will be our department. Here will be employees, departments. Let's put S, and then of course here will be reports. So you can see the login view enables us to manage our application in a very easy manner. So okay, good. So now we have this. So we are going to create all these pages. Let's start with the HR admin. So first one, we say we have departments. So we can just right click on that, go to new item, go to web form. So we call this departments. Departments.expx, select master page, of course, which is the site.master. So I can just put just a h1 here and say departments. Then we create employees. So we call these employees. Select master page and then site master. We call this employees. Add another item, web form, and then we call this reports. Reports. Site.master. Call this reports. Now for the employee tool, we just create one page and we call that sign attendance. Sign attendance. So h1, so sign attendance. So good. So we have these now. Now we can refresh and view any of these. So we're refreshing to view each of the pages that we created. So good. So this will be the interface where the employee is going to sign attendance, for example. Now you can see those menus are not displaying here because the user is not logged in. The user in that particular role is not logged in. So good. So we have these pages. So from here, once you log in, then depending on your role, if you're a HR admin, then you can create an employee, create departments, create an employee, and then view reports. But if you're an employee, you can just sign an attendance. So now that's the structure of this. Then and the next step is to create each of these pages. So let's start with the HR admin. Let's start with the departments. So departments here, we're just going to just create a very simple department. You just create the department and then we display it. So we can use div, can use bootstrap as row. Okay. I'm trying to get the bootstrap. well, we should have that. Let me get to see in our setup master. I'm surprised why the IntelliSense is not showing. Of course, we'll have this contents.css. So we can display this. Well, anyway, let's do that first. Departments, right? Then div class role, div class column, MD maybe 4. I would say enter department name, enter department name or department title, anyone. So div class column MD8, then we'll put a text box. So we'll say text department name, the PT name. Then now that we have this, we can just quickly do another one. Let's separate it. First row. Div class column MD12, and then we can drop our grid view. So I'm tempted to use Dev Express, but just in case you might not have Dev Express installed on your system, so I'm just going to use the standard ASP.NET grid view, which is this here. So I'm going to drop this on the form. This weights 100%. Excuse me. So the idea is you enter this department name. Okay, I can make these maybe 6, and then create another one. Div class MD2. And then I drop a button here. So when I name it ptn add departments, so add departments. So the idea now is you enter department name, you add the department, and then you see the list on your grid view. So just a simple interface as that. Let's run these and see. Let's run that and see. Okay. I guess I need to make this a little bit closer to themselves. They are quite far apart. So maybe this should be 2. This should be 8, and let's get them closer. Okay, and beside the game, we need to make sure there is a space between this. So So this should be 2. This should be let's reduce this. This should be 4. And then probably this should be 2 too. So everything is 8, right? Still need to draw this here, or I increase the width, reduce this, leave these as 2, but increase the width of this maybe to 250 pixel. Okay, this should be okay. Then below it we're just going to have our grid view. So that's for departments, and then we can just call this grid departments, GRDDEPTS, grid departments. Then the next one, we are going to create the employee page too. That will be similar like this. Now for the employee page, we'll just get the employee first name, the employee last name, the employee username, the employee first name, the employee last name, the employee department. We select the employee username, assuming the employee has already registered into the system, and then we add a work hours to the employee. For example, we can add in when the employee should start work, and that's the start time, and then the closing time for the employee. So just add that, and then we save that. So within that range, we will know when the employee is logging into the system and logging out. And let's go right ahead and create that. So we'll have employee. So just the same way we have this, and then we have that. Div class row. So for the employee, we are going to what I think we should do for the employee is we're going to use multi-view, where we have the grid view below. You see the list of employees, and then we'll have a button that you can create an employee. Or we could decide that you just see the list of employee as a reports under reports. So here will just be to create an employee. So let's just create an employee. Let's use this form to create an employee. So we have these, and div class row, div class md2. So this is employee name. Oh, let's just say first name. First name. So we'll drop a text box. Text first name. Text first name. So we can copy this whole stuff and then change this to last name. Text last name. And then I think before the first name and the last name, we can have this select username. Select username. Select username, and then here should be a drop down. here should be a drop down instead of a text box. It should be a drop down. Select drop down username. Am I using the HTML select? Let's look at HTML. Let's use the select. Good. Let's just use a drop down, the standard drop down. That will make it easier for us. Drop down list. So we call this drop down DDL username. Then of course we also have departments. So employee first name, employee last name, and then you also select employee departments. Select departments where you're going to add this employee. So DDPT. Then the next one will be, we just add the button. We'll just say add employee or create employee. BTN create, and then we just say create employee. Right, let's run these and see. Let's run this interface and see. Okay. Well, I guess we need to look at it very well and make sure we make it like let's make this 10. Let's make this 10. Let's make this 10. Let's make this 10. Now let's make this 10. So let's run that. Now this is better. So you select the username, which the user has already registered him or herself into the system. Then you write the person's first name, person's last name, then select departments, and then we now create work hours. Work hours starts from and end. So just below this, so we have div class md2 work starts maybe 10. Well, the DevExpress actually has time control, which is why I love using it. But anyway, let's drop a text box and DevExpress actually has time edit control. But then I guess we might look for a way to create this. But if you have DevExpress installed on your system, then it's easy for you to just pick the time edit control and drop it here, which will make it easier for you. And if that's the case, I think for this tutorial to be able to get it right, maybe you should have DevExpress installed. You can just go to devexpress.com and then you can download the latest version. It will make programming ASP.NET applications much more easier for you. So let me drop the time control line. Good. So just say time starts. And the same thing, we copy this. Time ends. So a start time and end time for each employee. Now you could decide to make your own department wise. You could say if all employees in the technical department starts by 8 a.m. in the morning and closes by 4 p.m. and all employees in the accounts department can start by 9 a.m. in the morning and close by 5 p.m. So it depends on how you want your application logic to look like. But in mine here, we are making the application logic to of course it's going to throw this. In mine here, we're making the application logic to work to be employee specific. So we're just going to make it to be employee specific. So we need to do some configuration on our web config to make sure that that's error doesn't display. So on our web config file, we need to do some configurations in which it says to work properly, DevExpress component requires AXPS HTTP handler module registered here. So we're going to do that, I think, in the next video once we start programming this. So it means you're not going to see this interface properly. Now I have this employee interface here, and then of course I have the departments that I've created. So let's pause this video and create the interface for signing in for the employee, and then fix this error in the next video. So thank you for watching. Hello, so we shall continue in the last video where we stopped, and we had a DevExpress error when we tried to put our time edit control. Now for you to be able to fix that, it's just this easy. Go to your web config file and make sure it's you add these as I'm going to show you now. In the under system.web here, make sure you have HTTP modules and then you put the type to be devexpress.web.express.http module, and then of course this is the version of devexpress I'm using as at this time of recording. So yours might be 17.0, 18.0, like that. So you just make sure you copy that with the public key token. Then the same thing with HTTP handlers. So you also add HTTP handler under your system.web. So you're going to have these. Then in your system.web server, make sure you have modules, and then you have devexpress.http module 2, just the same thing. You have that here with the same public key token. Now for the handlers here, make sure you set the val to be get and paths to be these and validates to be false. So the same thing. Now you have the handlers here, the modules. So in the system.web server, you can see we have the modules here, and then we have the handlers here. So which is the handler is the same thing with this here. This and this is the same, and then this and this is the same. Then of course you can set a validation, validate integrated mode configuration to be false. So once you have that, then you can go ahead and run your application, and you will have this interface. So the idea here is we're creating an employee, so we select the username in which the user has already registered. Let's say maybe the username is Yupsi, for instance. So we enter his first name, his last name, assign him a department, and then assign him when he should start work. So this is a time control, and then when he should stop work. So this is another time control. So then we create the employee. Now I think it would be a nice thing to put a grid view here in this section like this, to display a list of all the employees we've added. So I think it would be nice to put a grid view here. So let's just go right ahead and drop that grid view. So on the employee, in that case, we are going to make these we're going to do something. Let's make we're going to divide the page into two. So we already have div class row here, right? We can come here and do something like this. Oh yeah, this div class row is okay. We can just come here and say div class row, of course, then div class column MD6, then another div class column MD6. So we've divided the page into two, and we'll pick this div class row here, and then we'll drop it into the first section of the page, and then in the second section here we can drop our grid view. So now since we have ASP.NET, since we have DevExpress now, since we've decided to use DevExpress, it would be a nice thing to put a DevExpress grid view, which is actually more easier to use than the standard ASP.NET grid view. So let's drop the DevExpress grid view, ASPS grid view. Let's drop it here. And I'll just set it. We'll say the width should be 100%. So you can see this assembly has been registered for us depending on the version of DevExpress I'm using. So I can go right ahead and refresh this page. So let's refresh this page. Okay, So what's the issue? Why am I having, did we do anything wrong? We have this column MD6. And of course, yes, we have this. I guess is the size. Maybe I put this to be 3, and then I put this to be 4, and then this should be 8. Let me just see if we have the first one like that. Okay, good. So let's make it 4 8 4 8. So let me do 4, and then here should be 8. Here should be 4, and then here should be 8. So here should be 4, and then here should be 8. Here should be 4 8 4 8 4 8. Okay, good. So let's refresh this and see. So good. So we're going to have a list of employees here, and then of course we can add our employee from here. The button, we can style the button a little bit. So we can say CSS class should be btn info, and then of course btn lg. That's a large button. Good. This is more beautiful, and then we should make a text box to perform control. So we can have a, so this is a drop down list, in which I think I should use the I should use the dev express. We should use the dev express control. Let's use the dev express combo box. It's much more easier. So I can call this one CBO username now. CBO username. So CSS should be from control, and then we can apply this style to all text box. This is last name. Then this is, yes, this should be a combo box. Department should also be a combo box. Well, for most of my tutorials on ASP.NET, it's good you have DevExpress installed. CBO department. Of course, we have these, we have these, we have these. So let's refresh this page. refresh this page and see how it looks like. Let's refresh the page and see how it looks like. Good. I think this is better, even though it's looking bigger, but this should be better. This is better. Now we can also give space in which can give space between the items. So here I can just say style. Let's just style it, style padding. We can say maybe 2 pixels. Hope it's not much. So I pick this style here, drop it here, drop it here, drop it here. Drop it here, drop it here, and then drop it here. So let's refresh this. Okay, so there's a little space now between all this. So we have our first name, last name, you select your department, and then you can put work starts and then work end, and then of course you can create the employee. So we're going to have the list of employee here, like we said, and then just to put a small space, let me make this a little bit more beautiful. I think I should make this column ND5, the first column, and then the second column should be 7 where the grid view is, so that there will be a little space between this grid view here and this, since we still have a small space here. Good. So like this should be better. Now you're just going to create it's just a simple interface just to show you how these things work. So we're going to have this interface. Now the next interface that we're going to have should be for the employee role. That's when the employee log in, the employee can sign in attendance, and to sign in attendance is just a simple interface where we just put two radio buttons, just two radio buttons that indicate sign in and sign out. So we can do this. We'll just drop two radio buttons here. So we'll drop the first radio button. I think I'll prefer to use the standard radio button. And the radio button is ideal for scenarios like this. So text, we'll say sign in, and then group name, let's just say sign. We pick Canada, and then we say sign out. So this will be for the employee page. Good. So we now know which employee signed in at this point. And then once the employee clicks sign in, this should automatically post back. Auto post back should be true. Auto post back should be true, sorry. So as soon as the employee hits the sign in button, we track the time. The system tracks the time the employee signs in, and once he hits the sign out button, the system tracks the time the employee signed out, and we store that, we record that in our database. So I can put this in the middle, div style with 60% margin auto. In fact, I can put this in the H1 and drop these two here. Good. Oh, this is too big. So sign in. Let's put it in H5. Let's try that. And then of course we can style this. Okay, let's just put it in H5 and see. Okay, I still think I need to put these in like maybe 40%. Just let it be more centrally aligned. Good. And then I think I should space these a little. I think we should have these in the bootstrap. Okay, let me do it this way and see. What if I put a break here? I'm just trying to make the interface more beautiful. These and the first one, which one is better? Click here, you sign in, or you click here, you sign out. Well, either way, we just have it like this way. So I think I should separate them more, and then just write the text more, sign in to your desktop, sign out from your desktop. Maybe we should write it this way. Good. So sign into your desktop, sign it from your desktop. So it's assumed now that the employee is logged in, and then as soon as the employee is logged in, he gets redirected to this interface, and then he clicks sign into his desktop or sign out to his or her desktop, and we track the time of doing that. Then of course here we have this where we register the employees, and then we are going to view their reports. Now the report interface will be designed once we're done coding So of course we have this, select department, you add department, and we'll have the grid view below, in which I think I can just put the normal, instead of the normal grid view, I want to put the Dev Express grid view, since we're working with Dev Express now. So we'll drop this, we'll give it a weight of 100%. Now the grid view also has a nice way of binding to our data source and quickly creating insert and select statements. So here we need to just create a space. Just create a space, just create a break, create a break. Good. And there are two ways actually. We could bind this grid view to our data source without using this interface, without writing the department name here, for example, and clicking add to department before add to this grid view. This seems like a longer way to me. So we could actually just bind this grid view straight away to our data source, or we could use this method. But for now, let's leave this here. When we come to coding, we will decide which one to use, which one has lesser code and it's more efficient. Binding the grid view directly to the data source, we'll write lesser code rather, and then it's efficient, it's more secured, it's more efficient. Same with this, we could actually bind this grid view directly to our data source, without designing this form, and the form will be automatically designed for us in the Dev Express grid view. But what I think we're going to do is we're going to divide it. This one here, this interface here, we want to use this form. Then in this interface here, we will use this form. Okay. Then of course here, this is for the employee sign-in attendance. And then what should be remaining at the end of the day should be reports. HR admin reports here. Okay, which will be attendance report, of course. I can just drop a grid view there. Let's just create that interface too. Let's go to reports, break, horizontal rule, and then we drop this. So here's going to be our attendance reports. So weight should be 100%. I'll call these attendance reports. Okay, we can view that interface now. Good, so we'll just view attendance reports here. Okay, alright, so we're done with interface design. In the next video, we will just design a simple database, which basically will just capture the departments and then the employees. We'll create a table for the employees, and then we will also create a table for the attendance, which we're going to display that table on the attendance report. So that is that with the interface design. Stay with me until the next video where we design the database. Thank you. Hi, we shall continue from the last video where we stopped in designing the user interface, which we have this interface here. So we have the departments where you can set up the departments, the HR admin can set up the department, and then we also have this interface where the HR admin can register employees according to each department and give them work hours, so when the employee will start work and when the employee will stop work. Then also we also design this simple interface here to sign in attendance. Now the idea is once the employee click on each of these radio buttons to sign in, we automatically track the system's time and date. Then of course finally we'll have the attendance report. So this is just, we're going to make this interface live after designing the database. So the first thing is we'll start with the department table, where we'll just have our department table, then we'll have our employee table, then we'll have our attendance table. So that's what we are going to do. So for this we're going to use SQL Server. So I have my SQL Server installed. So you go to SQL Server Management Studio, you open that, open your SQL Server Management Studio. While if you have SQL Server Express running, then you can still install the Management Studio and then use your SQL Server Express. So good. So let's open our SQL Server Management Studio. This might take a little time depending on the speed of your computer. Good. So I connect this. Then on the left hand side, you go to database, you right click on this database here, and then you click create a new database. So we're going to name our database HR Attendance DB. So we just say HR Attendance DB. Now we'll click OK. You can leave the other details as they are. You click OK. So you can see we have HR Attendance DB now. But I have SQL Server 2012. So now we just go right ahead, we expand that, we'll go to the tables, we'll create a new table. Now for the departments, we'll just set up departments, department ID, and then department name. So we can just write it like this: department ID. Okay, it's not responding. Let's just wait for it a little bit to respond now. Okay, good. So department ID. So you set that as the primary key, and then you scroll down here on the columns property. You scroll down and then identity specification, you make it true. You make it yes. Department ID, department name. So we just make this NVC 50. So we click this, we save this TBL departments. Now depending on if it's a large organization, you could have departments, you could have units. If it's a very large organization, you could have like regional offices, then departments in each of the regional offices, and then or departments and then each of the regional offices, and then units, depending on your business scenario. So we have a department table. Let's create another table called employees table. So we have employee ID, set that as a primary key. Identity specification, make that yes. Then first name, right? Let's look at the interface of the employee that we have, which is this. So we'll have the first name, last name, and then department ID. So first name, employee first name, and VACA 50, last name, and VACA 50. Okay, I'm looking at the interface actually. So department, so now the department here will now be the foreign key, so we'll have it like this: department ID, which will be the foreign key to the departments that we created. Then work start time and work end time. So work start time, these are time control, time data type. So work start time, work end time. So also make this a time. Good. So now these are the employee, this is going to be the employee table, just a very simple table. So let's say TBL employees. I'm saving it this way. So one thing about database design is, if you're designing database, make sure that your naming convention is, it's uniform. So I'm using TBL as table employee table underscore employee. So good. And we save that. Now what's the next table we said we're going to do? We're going to create the attendance table. Now the attendance table will track the time that the employee signed in and signed out. Now you have to know that we could actually extend this our application, in which you could do that as an assignment. We could actually extend this application for the employee to sign in probably in the morning, and then sign in for break, or sign out for break, and then sign in after break, and then sign out of office. So we always have that, like there's tea break, there's lunch break, depending on how your business rule is. So if you want to keep attendance of tea break and lunch break, you want to know when the employee signed back in after lunch, you could also code that here, just create the interface for that here. But for simplicity, we're just signing in out of the desktop and signing out of the desktop, signing in and signing out. Okay, so now the attendance table. So right click on the tables again, go to new table. So we say attendance ID, which will be the integer. Set that as the primary key. Scroll down, and then identity specification, make this a yes. So the employee that signed in, employee ID, employee underscore ID, this will serve as a foreign key. Then sign in time, this should be a time control. Sign out time, they should also be a sign control. Or sign in date time, let's just put that, sign in date time. So this should actually be a date time, should actually be a date control, date time control. Good. Sign in date time and sign out date time. So let me follow the naming convention. This D here should be small later. So we're tracking the employee, the dates and the time he signed in, the date and the time he signed out. So we'll use these and compare it with the employee's working hour. So we will know how many hours the employee missed, and then probably use that to calculate the employee's payroll. For example, if the employee is supposed to sign in by 8 a.m. in the morning and sign out by 5 p.m. in the evening, and the employee signed in, but the employee signed in 9 a.m. in the morning, it means the employee has lost 1 hour, and we could use that to calculate his payroll. So that is the idea actually of creating an attendance, of automating the attendance system of most offices, so that you can use that to calculate the employee's payroll. So in our application here, we're going to see we're going to, once we're done with the application, once we're done coding the application, in our reports, we're going to see how many hours or minutes an employee has was not available, how many work hours the employee was not available during the course of signing in and out of his desktop. So let's go right ahead and save this. So just TBL attendance. So good. So now we have the attendance table, the employee table, and the department table. So we will still continue with our interface and coding, interface and backend design. Well, we're just going to continue with our middle layer or business rule design now. So we're going to populate these tables, and then we're going to do our intelligence. We're going to populate this table, add employees to our system, employee logs in, and then we're going to do our intelligence here. But another thing, we need to create another table, which is the ASP.NET membership table. I think I need to do a video on that so we can look at ASP.NET web security in details, so that I can explain everything. But for this application now, let me just quickly create the ASP.NET membership tables. Now to do that, go to your C drive, go to your system, go to your C drive. If you're using Microsoft Windows like I have now, go to Windows, then search for .NET, I think Microsoft.NET, yes. Search for your framework. This is my framework, and then you can see we have v2.0, 3.0, 3.5, 4.0. So I choose 4.0. You might see 4.5 in yours, so you just choose the highest. Now so you scroll down and search for ASP.NET register SQL, which is what I have here. So ASP.NET register SQL. Good. So you run that. You can see this wizard creates or configure a SQL Server database that stores information for ASP.NET application services, membership, profiles, role management, personalization, and SQL web event provider. To configure the database for these features individually or for additional features such as session states or SQL cache dependency, run ASP.NET register SQL at the command line. So for help, you can look at this. So let's just go right ahead and click next. So what database tasks you want to perform? Do you want to configure a database or want to remove application services information from an existing database? So we want to configure a database, configure SQL Server application services. This option runs a script that creates a new database or configure an existing database to store information for ASP.NET membership, profile, role management, personalization, and SQL web event provider. So we'll just go right ahead and hit the next button. Now here's my server name. Yours can be, if you don't know your server name, you can just put dots. So it's going to be the same. And then I'll select my database. Now my authentication is there's window authentication, there's SQL Server authentication. Depending on how you install the SQL Server, if it's a SQL Server authentication, then it means you have to provide a username and password. But if it's Windows like mine, you can just leave it on Windows, select the database that you have. So you can see all my database here. So I select HR attendance DB, click on next, click on next. And then I wait for this. Good. So you can see you should configure the provider for membership in the wizard, provide to reflect the changes made in this wizard. So at the end of the day, the database has been created or modified. So I just go ahead and click finish. So I'm done with that. I go back to my SQL Server, I can go to the HR attendance table, and then I refresh this table. So you can see now I have a whole lot of other tables. I have application let me expand this a little bit. You can see I have these tables: applications, ASP.NET application, membership, paths, personalization, users, personalization per user, profile, roles, schema version, users enroll, web events, and the rest. So good. So now we have these. We can now we can now secure our application by providing proper username and password where users can log in and all that. Now, one thing I forgot is did I put employee username here? No, we need to add employee username here in this table, in the employee table. So we'll say employee, I will just say username. So we can use this username as a key to track probably we can even use email. So the username can be his email actually, and then we can use the email now to track the employee's username and password, or we can make the employee's username to be his email. So but we can leave it as username here. Select username. Good. So it could be the username could be the employee's email, which I prefer that. So nonetheless, let's still leave it as username. To make it easier for me to remember, I can just put EMP username here, which is employee username. So I save this table. So that is that. We have created our database and database tables. We shall revisit it again if we encounter any issue in our design, and then we shall remodify it. So that's why it's a live recording and a live application design. So stay with me until the next session while we go into coding our application to achieve desired results. Thank you for watching. Alright, welcome to session 4 on this video series on how to create a HR attendance system in C#. Now we are going to start coding our application, and we're going to code the admin logic, the employee logic, and at the end of the day get our reports. So let's get started. Now I think the first thing we need to do is to start with the registration system. That should be the very first thing we should do, which will make it easy for us. So this is the interface. So it's assumed that an employee will come to register and then register himself as an employee, and then log in and then get to see reason why he should sign into the system. But first of all, let's create an admin. Since we're starting the application now, let's create an admin user and add that admin user to role. So I can do that anyway. Actually, I can. So how this kind of application works mostly for large organization is they run a script that's initially, if you're launching this application, let's say you bought an application like this, software like this, in your setup, they run a script that automatically creates a default admin. But since we're not going to do that, we can just write a code to do that in our code behind. So what I'm going to do is I will just come here and I'll say using system.web.security. Now we're using the system.web.security so that we can be able to access the ASP.NET membership and role class, the ASP.NET web security system. So if there is no post back, so if the page is not post back, we can just say membership, or we can start with roles. So create role. So like we said, we're having the admin role and then roles again, create role, employee role. So we have these two roles here, and then membership, create user. So we're just going to create a default user now, username and password. So we'll call this user admin1, and then password 1, or we say HR admin 1 and password 1. So this role is actually a HR admin role. So after creating this user, we will now say roles, add user to role, And who is the user? The HR admin one. To which role? HR admin. So we have automatically once we run this, default.txpx, which is the initial starting point of the application, it automatically creates these two roles, creates this username, and add this username to this role. But before we run this, let's go back to our web config file and check. Now this is our connection string that Visual Studio created for us, default connection, and then it's assumed that we have SQL Server Express installed. So it's assumed we have SQL Server Express installed, in which we don't have. Now here's what we're going to do. The simplest way to do this, we just come here, we go to app code. If you don't have app code, you can create app code here, and then well, I think I don't really need all this actually, but we'll come to that. Go to app code, right click on that, add new item. So we're going to use type dataset, so we select dataset, and now we can call it HR attendance datasets. So we add that to our app code. Good, so we have this beautiful designer interface that we are going to use. So let's just quickly right click on the designer surface, add table adapter. We're bringing all the tables that we've created here. So good, so let's go to new connection. So it says which data connection, let me close this again. Choose your data connection, specify the connection string required to connect to database. Which data connection should your application use to connect to database? So currently there is none, so we'll go to new connection. And then what is the server name? In case you don't know your server name, it's dot. My data source is SQL Server. So in case you don't have here, you've not chosen here, you can come here to change, and then make sure you select SQL Server. Good. So let's close that. So dot is my server name, and I'm using Windows authentication. Well, if you're using SQL Server authentication, you select these, and then you enter your username and password. But since I'm using Windows authentication, it's going to be this. So now I'm going to select my database. Good. You can see my list of database here for this server. So I select HR attendance DB. I can text the connection, which is working fine. So you go right ahead and click OK. You can click on this, you can see here is your connection string, and then this is how your database DB is appearing. So let's click on next. So it's saying should it save this connection string in our web config file? That's just what this long English here means. And then we say yes. So we go to next. SQL statements, leave it at that, go to next, go to query builder. Because it's saying about enter an SQL statement, we could write it there, or we could go to query builder. So let's just pick the departments, the first table, add this, close, department ID, department name, make sure you select all, go to OK, go to next. Uncheck fill the data table, because asking which method do you want to add to the table adapter. So we'll check this. We want this method return a data table. So we'll go to next. And then of course, if you go to previous here, why we left this checked is because we want to create methods to send updates directly to the database. So we can insert, update, and delete methods, you know. So let's go next. And then you can see this statement has been generated for us. Select, insert, update, delete statements, and of course table mappings. So go right ahead and click finish. So we have this, right? So the same thing will bring other tables, the employee table and the attendance table, to our data set. So we just go next, query builder. You can refresh this in case you've made changes to your database. Select employee, go to add, close. So you make sure you select all of these. Make sure you select all of these. Go to OK, go to next. So make sure you check to fill the data table, go to next, and then click on finish. The next thing now is the attendance table. Go to next, query builder, refresh this, select attendance table, go to add, close this, and then just select them one by one. Good. Okay. Next, make sure you uncheck this. Go to next, and then you finish. So now we have these. We go right ahead and save all of this. Now the idea now is if you go to our web config, you can see we have two connection string now. We have default connection string and we have HR attendance connection string. We don't need a default connection string anymore. So we need our HR attendance connection string. So you can copy this connection string name, and then of course you can see this is the data source. Dot means our local host, and then this is our DB initial catalog. Integrated security is true. So let's scroll down. So you can see ASP.NET providers, membership providers is disabled. Profile providers is disabled. Role manager is disabled. So we are going to enable all these to be able to use our membership properly. So we add, or should I do this in the next video? I will just add this in the next video, so we can take everything step by step. So what we're able to do here is we've not run the code yet. We have created our connection string, stored our connection string in our web config file. We've brought our tables to our data sets. We have data set representation of these tables, and then we've created these in code where we can automatically create a new HR admin that will that is initially set up for this application. So what we'll do is initially set up this user HR admin 1 for this application. So stay with me on to the next video where we will continue with setting up the web config properly for role manager, membership, and the rest, and then of course logging into the system from the HR admin angle, and then continuing with our coding. So thank you for watching. Alright, to continue from where we stopped in the last video, we were trying to code our application logic to make sure it conforms to our business rules. And then first of all, I talked about setting up the initial setting of the application, in which if we run this page, we are going to create these roles, the HR admin role and the employee role, and then we're going to automatically create this user HR admin 1, and then we're going to add that HR admin 1 to the HR admin role, okay, with this password actually. So we talked about the web config. I said in the web config file you can come here and pick this connection string here that we were able to get when we created our data sets, which of course is this, our HR data sets, which of course is this, with just these three tables. So now now that you've copied this connection string, the next thing is you set it up. Although I've done it here, now you come to membership on the just after pages under your system.web. You come to membership providers, and then this has actually been created for us initially. So okay, I need to put this clear up before. this should be here. You can see the membership is disabled for the template actually we were using, so but now we're going to create that. So we say add name ASP.NET, just write this piece of code here, add name ASP.NET SQL membership provider. The type is system.web, the security.SQL membership provider, and then of course the connection string name is this HR attendance DB connection string. So enable password retrieval, just put it false for now, but you can put it true if you want to retrieve password. Then enable password reset is true, requires question and answer false. Well, you can put all these to true depending on your business rules, but I'm just looking at creating a very simple HR attendance, so we don't really need any complex security system for that. Requires unique email false. So maximum invalid password attempt, how many times should the user enter invalid password before that account get locked out? You can put 5, you can put any number there. So minimum required password length 6. So minimum required non-alphanumeric characters 0. Password attempt window 10, and of course this is the application name, just this is like a generic application name. So you have that for the membership provider. So the same thing for the profile and the rows provider. So for the profile tool, the name is ASP.NET SQL profile provider, and the type is system.web.profile.SQL provider, SQL profile provider. The connection string is the same, and the application name is that generic. So for the role manager, make sure you put enabled equals to true, and then in the providers, the name is ASP.NET SQL role provider. The type is this. System.web.security.SQL role provider, and then of course this is the connection string name. So now that we have this, you can go right ahead and save everything, and I think we will ready to run this page then. So let's view this page on the browser, and remember we've had this piece of code behind to create this, but we're going to disable this just after running this page for the first time, and everything goes fine. So let's view this page now. So good, since we're able to see these, it means this piece of code has been created. So we can go right ahead and disable these for now. We can just disable all these for now. So we know the username and the password for this application. So now we need to code the application login logic. So let's go to login, and then let's go to the code behind. So you can see we have a whole lot of logic here, and well, I think I should just remove all this so we can just create a simple something simple that's will fit into what we are doing. So Microsoft has actually created these for us, but let's remove this. We don't need this. I don't need all this for now. So I can use the opportunity to explain just a few things about security. So then a protected void login. I believe this should be the login button. Let's look at it. Okay, so the button ID, what's the button ID? On click, okay, login. So okay, all right, on click we run this this method here, login, so which is this. So and then the text box for password is called password. Text box for username is called username. Okay, good. So so let's go right ahead and create our login. Just come here to say using system.web.security. So here we are going to say if membership validates user. So what's the user? The username here, which is the username text box, and then the password text box. Then the password text box, username the text. So the entered username and the entered password, if we're able to validate that, then if we're able to validate that, so we can also now check which role that user belongs to. So if we're able to validate that, we now say if roles is user in role, what's the username? You can see there are two. So good. So username dot text and then role name. So if user is in the role name called admin, HR admin, sorry. If user is in the role name called HR admin, then response should redirect to HR admin. Now what is the first page there? HR admin, let's just say departments.axpx. Okay, so let's test this and see. Let's refresh this page again since we've saved this. Okay, so we go to login. What's our username? We said let me see, we have it here. The username is hradmin1 and password is password1. hradmin1 password1. So let's log in and then let's see. Good, so you can see that we are logged in now and it took us to this page here now, but something is missing, and then that is something is missing, which of course is we don't get to see our we don't get to see this, the login view, which is here, which is in our sites.master. So we don't get to see the login view for this role HR admin, so we don't get to see department, employee, and the reports. So why are we not seeing that? So we need to see that if we're logged in as the HR admin, and of course it's still showing us log in, so something is missing. It means we are not storing a particular the system does not recognize that we are logged in yet, simply because the authentication cookie has not been set. So simply because of that, so we are not logged in properly. So looking for a way to set the form's authentication. Okay, we'll come to that. We'll come to that later, probably in the next video. Let's just code this interface first. So like we said we are going to just use the dev express AXPS grid view to add the department. So we're going to remove this piece of, we're going to remove this line here. We're going to remove this form here, enter departments, this and this button. We're going to remove that. So let's go to departments. Let's remove this for now. We don't need that. And then let's drop an object data source control. Let's drop an object data source control. Let's set the data source ID of these to be object data source 1. Now to make this very easy, all we just need to do is let's just go to the design interface, the design surface, the design view rather, for that page. Let's go to the design view for that page. Let's wait for this to respond. Okay, so now this is the beauty of Dev Express. You can actually do this in ASP.NET Grid View too, the standard ASP.NET Grid View. This can also be done. Okay, so just click on this smart tag here, go to configure data source. Now you can see select a business object that can be used to retrieve or update data for this application. So we'll choose our business object from our list of data sets. So make sure this is checked, show only data components. So we select departments. So go to next. Now this is a method for select. Choose a method of this business object that returns data to associate the select operation. The method can return a dataset, data reader, or strongly typed collection. So they give an example. For example, get product integer 2 category ID returns a dataset. So we have get data, and it returns this. Then we also have updates. It returns this. Insert. Just make sure the methods are there: the update, delete, insert, and select. Then just click on finish, and this will automatically modify our grid view control. So it's going to automatically modify our grid view control. Good. So you can see we have department ID, department name. So let's go back to the source view, and then we can set this. Now in the ASP.NET grid view, you can see that auto generate column has been set to false, key field name, department ID, and the columns has already been created for us automatically. We'll have the grid view data text column, field name, department ID, read only true, visible index is this, and then the edit settings visible is false. We can actually set the visibility of this to also be false too. Then we have the department name here, in which by default the edit form settings is true. So now what we need to do is we can come here and go to command column. So DX grid view command column, you can say show new button in header to be true, and then edit button, show edit button to be true. So we don't want to delete any department that has been set up. So we'll refresh this, we save this rather, and then we'll refresh this page. So we'll refresh this. Good, so you can see we have this nice beautiful interface, and we have this little link button here that we can click. So once you click on this, the ASPS grid view does its magic, and then we have this page here where we can type a department name. So we say accounts, for example, there is accounts department, create another department, sales, create another department, maybe a technical, and then let's add just one few department. Let's say maybe marketing. Sales and marketing, they're usually the same, right? Let's say production. So you can create as many departments as you can, and if you go to our database, our HR attendance database, you go to departments, you right click and edit top 200 rows. You view that, you can see these are the departments we've created. So now we have these departments, and it's only the admin that is privileged to be able to do this. So let's pause this video here while we continue in the next session, where we create the employee, and then we also probably sign in as an employee, and then sign into our desktop, and then get to view our reports. So thank you for watching. Okay, let's continue from where we stopped in the last video, and of course we were able to create departments, different departments based on these interface that we had here. We bounded this grid view to our object data source, so we modified the user interface that we had before. Now for the login control, let's modify the login control so that when you're able to log in, when you log into the system, we get to see the roles. The system detects the role you are and display the appropriate links, like the department. If you're in the HR admin role, you get to see set of departments, employees, and you get to view report. And if you're in the employee role, then you get to sign in to your desktop so that we can keep your attendance. Now let's just do that. Okay, in the login axps.cx, the code behind, we need to add the forms authentication. We need to use the forms authentication. Actually, before doing this, let's go to web config actually, and then let's set the authentication mode here. Look for this in under system.web. If it's not in your own web config, then you need to write this piece of code here. So authentication mode should be set to forms. So this way we're telling the ASP.NET engine that we want our authentication mode to be set to forms. Now there are different authentication modes actually. There is forms, there is Windows, and depending on your scenario actually. So we're just using forms now, web forms. So let's save this and let's go back to the login code behind. So we say forms authentication. So we set in a kind of a authentication cookie, so once the user is logged in, we grab this authentication cookie and then we can use this persistently over the entire life of our application. So here will be username dot text, and then of course create persistent cookie. So we'll set this true. So we do this. Now that we have this, we can go ahead and refresh this and log in. Let's see. So we can log in, and we can log in as the HR admin we have created. So let's go there. Good. So we log in as the HR admin, of course, which is HR admin 1, and then the password is this, password 1. So we log in. So we log into the system. Good. So you can see now we have as the admin, we have departments, employee, and reports. Now, but something is missing. The logged in template is not displaying anything here. So what this means is we don't really need the logged in template if we have the roles template. If we have the roles template, actually the roles group template. So what we're going to do is this logged in template here in your site.master, we just pick these and drop it in each of the logged in templates, each of the roles templates. So like for example, for the HR admin, we drop that, and then for the employee, we also drop that so the employee can sign out. So let's refresh this, let's save this. Let's refresh this page. So let's refresh this page and see. Good. So you can see we have hello HR admin 1, and then you can click this to log off. So if you click departments, you're on the department page. If you click employee, you're on the employees page, and then if you click reports, you're on the reports page, attendance reports. So we're done with the departments. We've created departments. So the next thing is to code the employee page. Now the idea here is you select the username. We only have one username now, which is the HR admin. So before doing this, we still need to continue coding the login.c, the login page. This. So we have only checked for roles if the user is a HR admin. How about if the user is an employee? So we also do the same thing. So we can say else if roles, that's a user in role, username dot text, and then employee, right? Then the same thing, form authentication, you set this to true. And then we'll redirect to response redirect. Excuse me. redirect to employee. Employee sign attendance.aspx. Attendance.axpx. So we save this. So now we have this if it's an employee. But before the employee should be able to log in, the employee has to register himself or herself first. So let's go and code the registration page, which is this. So we don't want to use this. So we'll remove this piece of code completely. And then when the create user button is clicked, which of course is this, this is this. Let me log out and log off, and then let's get to see the interface of the registration. Good. So for the username here, we're just going to use an email. So we'll just say employee1@email.com, like that. So the password, and then they create the confirm password. So button and click creates user click. So that's the method, that's code behind. So for these now, we first of all, let's call this using system.web.security. And the next thing is we'll say membership creates user. I believe it's username too. Username, good, username the text, and then password. The text. So create username, and then we add the user to role. So roles, let's add user to role. So we're going to add this user. Automatically, user that registered himself on our site will be added to the employee role. So username, text, and then what's the role name? Employee. So it's assumed that the user has been given access to this application, to this URL. So the user creates himself, entering his username and password, and then he's been added to the employee role. So that's just the basic idea of that. And then let me get to see, is there anything again we want to touch based on the interface we'll have here? Okay, there's literal error message here. We can actually display if the registration is wrong. So if that's the case, then we can just put our try and catch block. We can just say try, and then catch exception ex. So pick this here and drop it here, and then in fact, if it's successful, we just say response should redirect this user to, so the user can log in. So if the user has successfully registered himself, he should be redirected to the login page. Else we catch the error. So the error, we can display it here, error message, right, using the literal error message. The text should be ex to string.
So this should just display the error message for us. We can also put the try and catch block in our login code logic. Okay, so we have this now. So let's go ahead and register a new employee. So I refresh this page. Click to register a new employee. So I say maybe employee 1 at email.com, and then password should be employee 1. So confirm the password, employee 1, and then we'll register this employee. Good, so this employee has been registered. Let's log in. Employee 1 at email.com, employee 1. So let's log this employee in. Good, so you can see the employee can sign attendance, which of course is this page now that we are. So this is based on the role that the employee is. So I believe here now we're going to just put the date, today's date. We'll say sign attendance for, then we'll put the date, we'll put today's date and month and year and all that. So the employee just click to sign into the desktop. So that will suffice. So let's go back, try to make our application more intuitive. So we go to sign attendance, and then here you can actually modify this. So since we're using the .NET Framework, we could actually put a label here. You can just call it label header or label message. LBL header. Remove this sign attendance, and then remove this text. So in the code behind the sign attendance, so if there is no post back, we could display today's date and time. So we say label header, the text should be sign attendance for, so we say sign attendance for, so date time dot now to string, and then we format our string to display a long date string. So we can just put day, this should be day, this should be months with day, and then this should be year. And then of course let's format it to, well, I live in Nigeria, we speak English, so I'll format it to US to English, format it to English setting since we're speaking. So I using system globalization, using system dot globalization. So the system globalization namespace allow you to format, codes according to global settings. So you can fix things according to global settings. So now we have this. So so we're formatting to culture info, right? So say new culture info, and then there are different culture info actually, so we just want to display this in English. Good. US. So we can refresh this page again that the employee has signed in. Good. So sign attendance for Monday, February 3rd, 2020, which is as of today of shooting this video. So now what the employee needs to do is just click here and then you sign into your desktop. So we pick the time and then probably display a message that you have successfully signed into your desktop. And then the admin guy, the HR admin guy, can log in and view reports of employees that have signed in and check what's the hour difference or the time difference, so we can use that to calculate the payroll of that employee. So okay, for this session, do we need to proceed with anything? Okay, let me log off, log in back with the admin, HR admin, password 1, okay, password 1. Okay, so we have this. So the next thing is we're going to create the employee, right? So the employee have just only signed in, have just only created his username himself as a user. The employee has been given access now to this application, but we've not captured the employee details yet. So we're going to select the username, which is going to be employee 1. We're going to display all the usernames that have signed in or that have registered with the system. Then we'll print their first name, their last name, we assign the department to them, and then we assign work hours to them. So when are you starting and when are you closing? Then we'll create the employee and we can see the list of employees we've created here. So that is basically going to be the idea, and we can do this in the next video actually. Thank you for watching.
All right, we shall continue from where we stopped in the last video, and then we are actually coding our application, coding the admin part, and we're able to set up the departments and set up different departments like accounts, sales, technical, and the rest. Let me log in one more time again to the system from the admin using the admin password. Okay, so we can see what we have. Now, of course, we set up departments, and then we're talking about employees. So we say we're going to create an employee now based on the username of the employee that's already registered into the system. So let's create the first employee. Since we have an employee, say employee1 at email.com. So let's go to employee. Let's go to account, HR admin rather, and then let's go to employees. Okay, so let's start using HR attendance table adapter. Then if there is no post back, what do we do? We're going to get the membership. Or did I call the HR attendance table adapter? Okay, we're going to need that. So also using system.web.security. So we want to get all the users that have been given access to this system to be able to use system. So we're going to see all the usernames here. So for that, we call the combo box username dot data source should be membership dot get all users, and then combo box username dot data bind. So it's as simple as this.
So if we refresh this, and we should be able to have that. So we should be able to have a list of all the registered users. Good. So you can see we have this. So the idea is we'll select this employee now. We'll say employee1@email.com. We'll enter the first name, last name, we'll select departments. So now we're going to put in the departments. So for the departments, we say TBL departments. So we call the department table adapter. We give it a name by departments. And CBO departments, the data source should be the get data. So we get all the departments, and then CBO departments dot text field. So the text field is what should be displayed, which of course is department name, and then the value should be department ID. So CBO department dot value field should be department ID, and CBO department dot data bind. So we have all these if there is no postbox. So let's refresh this and see if we have that. Good. So we have a list of all the departments, and we have a list of all the accounts, so that we want to create user and assign work hours for. So now that we have this, I think the next thing will be to code this button, create employee. So where is our employee? Interface. So button create or add employee. So we create on-click events for this, for that button. So on-click events, yes. So we say TBL employee table employee should be this. So employee inserts, we're usually going to use the insert statement. So text first name, text last name, text. So the department ID now will be CBO department ID. But selected item dot value. I think we need to convert that to integer. So the time is okay. How did we name the time? Time control. Okay, time starts, time end. So we have time starts. Sorry. Time starts dot value, and then time end dot value, and then of course the employee username. Username dot value. So this will consider value to strings. This is a string there. Now for these, since it's an integer, you can see it cannot convert object to integer, so we need to convert this. So we can just use the simple C# convert to integer 32. That is for this. Okay. So cannot convert object to time span.
This is supposed to convert to time. Should we use the time? Time starts to, and there are different times actually here. We have to local time, we have to universal time. Let's look at it. Convert the value of the current datetime object to coordinated universal time UTC, to time string, to long time string. Convert the value to equivalent, convert the time object to its equivalent long time string representation. Okay, let's see this. So I guess probably maybe we need to convert this. The C# converts. Can you convert to time? And I'd love to convert this to time properly, but let me see these. Okay, we stored it as a time span. Why don't we store that as a date time? I think we should store it as a date time. It will be better. Because we're storing it as a time span. I'm just trying to see which of the objects will go correctly for these. Okay, then I guess we store that time as date time then, since let's go modify our table, because even if we store this as time span, I don't really think this will give us what we want, because once we want to do our calculation to be able to add up time and delete, I don't know, let's see the text property. So I guess we come to the, now that's the beauty of development. You have to keep on going back and forth until you get it right. So let's go to employee table. Let's go to the design view, and then we actually set time span. Let's save it as date time. It's more generic. So go and modify yours to be date time at this level. So we save this, and that means we'll have to go back to our app code and modify the data set. So you can just simply remove this and redo it again. So we go next, query builder, refresh, select employee, add, close this. So we can save this finally. So we'll go back here. I usually have to close and open this before the IntelliSense will pick it up. Good. So I go back to the employee again. Good. So it's on date time now. So that means I can actually convert these to date time. So we know the date and the time he logged in. So we can do this, or let's convert it to the time representation. Date time. I'm thinking of which one is best for me. Is it too long time string? Okay, let me just put the value and then convert this to date time. Let's see the value we're going to have in the database. Okay, so once you click this, as this is done, we can actually display it on the grid view, what we've just entered. What we just entered here, we can actually display it on this grid view. So which will be as simple as displaying we'll display the first name, the last name, the departments, the work start time, and the work end time. So before we do that, we need to create a view between this table and these two tables, so we can get the department name, since we have department ID here. So we can go back to our SQL Server. Now instead of tables, now we go to views. You open views, and you can see different views we'll have for the ASP.NET membership. So we're going to create our own view now. You right click on this, go to new view. You can refresh if you've made changes to your tables. So we'll select department, right, and employee. So good, you can see automatically it has mapped the department ID on the employee table to department ID on the departments table. So we can select all this. And then with the department name. So we can run this to make sure everything is correct. Good. Now to me, since I have employee first name and last name, I can make it to be one field, which will just be employee name. So you copy that just like I copied it, and then you add it like this. So DBO TBL employee first name, remove that comma, plus this, put a space in between them, plus dbotbl employee last name as employee name. Good. It's employee underscore name. So that will concatenate the employee first name and last name to give us employee name. So we can save that, and you can see we'll have it here, employee name. So if we save an employee, if we add an employee to the system, okay, good. So we save the view, we say view employee, and then now we can drag that. We can add our view now to this data set. So right click, go to add table adapter, go to next, query build, refresh that, go to view, okay, the system is not responding. Let's wait a little bit. Good. So you can still refresh that. So we select view employee, we add that, close. So it's almost the same thing with the TBL employee table. The only difference is this is a view, and the employee ID, the department ID rather, is mapped to the department table. And then we created employee name. So let's go to OK, click next, and check this, click next, and then you finish. So we have view, employee view now that we are going to display on the grid view. So if it's successful, after we're done inserting an employee to the employee table adapter, we can get this. I think usually I do open and close this, but that may not be the case with you. So view employee table adapter iView, just name it iView, is this, and then expx grid view 1 data source iView gets data. So that is getting all the employees. Experience grid view 1 data bind. So we insert an employee record and then display it on this grid view. So let's run this and see whether we're correct. Okay, while refreshing this, it's taking some time. Let's just wait for this to refresh. Okay, good. So this is refreshed. So we select a username, the first employee. So we can call him maybe Steve Mark. Is in accounts department, and his work starts by 8 and then ends by at 0800 hours, and then ends by 4. Now how do we know whether it's 4 in the morning or 4 in the evening? We don't put that into consideration, right? Okay, well anyway, let's save this first. We'll modify that later. So let's save this and see if we're correct.
So you can see SQL date time overflow. Okay, must be between this and this. So I guess I'm going to solve this and then continue in the next video. I guess I'm going to solve this error before I proceed in the next video. So let me just save this video. Thanks for watching. Okay, all right, we had an error in the last video as we were trying to code our application to create an employee. So I've looked at that and I've resolved that, so I'm going to walk you through. Now here's what you're going to do. In the button create, make sure for this value, you can see if I come down here, so the date time work start convert to date time, and then time start should be the text. We had it dot value, we had this dot value, so that's why we had that error. So you make it the text, and then you also make these dot text. Okay, so now that you have this, we say we're going to, now after you hit the button create and this is being inserted, we can display that. We can display these in our grid view, which of course is this, which is this grid view here. So but this grid view, now we can create columns that we want to display. We just don't want to display everything, so I think we should display column. And then even the time edits, puts your display format string to be hours, minutes, and seconds, like this. The hours should be in capital letter HH, small letter MM, and small letter SS for time edits, time start, and time end. So this way we can have it in 24 hours formats, and then we can have it in 24 hours formats. What it means here is if I'm to select, let's say 8, so this is 8 a.m. and then this is 16 hours, this is 4 p.m. so we can have it in this format. Now okay, so in our grid view, I will like us to display the columns we're interested in, so we can just come here, we say columns, and if we look at our TBL employee or the view employee, which is of course we were picking from, I think we're interested in the employee name, then employee department name, and then the work start time and the work end time. So that's what we should work on. So let's start with department name. So we can go with data text column, and the field name we say department name, so we're interested in displaying that. Then we're interested in displaying employee name, so I copy that, employee name, then date time column, data date column. So work start time, and then work end time, Then of course we can the display format string. So properties edit display format string. We also display it in hours, minutes, and seconds. So the same thing here. Display format string, hours, minutes, seconds. So I think we are good to go with this. So now let's register an employee. So for now we have only one employee registered yet, right? That has already signed up to the system. So we want to add that person as an employee and assign work hours. So let's say this is the person, and then his first name maybe Steve,
last name maybe is Mark, and the department is in accounts. And then let's say he starts by 8 a.m. in the morning, and then he closes by 4 p.m., which is 4 p.m. in the evening. So let's create this employee. Good. So the employee has been created. Steve Mark starts by 8 a.m., which is 7. This is how he displays it: 7:59 in the morning, and then closes by 15:59 in the evening. Now we can actually work the difference between work start time and work end time to get the total hours that this employee is supposed to work. So we can actually get that. So okay, now we have this. So that's how the admin can keep on registering other users. So let me just copy this, open it in another browser. And then create another user. So let's go back to the employee CX. Now we can pick this line of codes too and just paste it here. Good. So I want to quickly register another user. Username, the first one here we have employee1@email.com. So let's have the second guy, employee2@email.com. Employee2. I hope I remember the username and password of the first employee. Okay, alright then. So we'll register this guy. Okay, good. So let's also register another employee. Now he can log in to get to see. So let's register employee 3. Employee 3 at yahoo.com. Employee 3 is password. 3 is password. So we'll create this employee. So if it's successfully created, you can see it brings us to login page. So let's also create another employee. Let's say employee 4. Employee 4 at email.com. This is password. Here is the password. So good. So we've created 4 employees now. Now the admin, if we refresh this page or if we hit the employee, good. So you can see this is the employee that has been created, Steve Mark. So let's create another employee. So employee2@email.com. Let's say do some click, and then he's in the sales department. His work starts by, let's say 9, and then ends by 3 or by 12. So it's just a very short hours of work for this employee. So let's create him. Good. So you can see we have created this. Now ideally we are supposed to, after hitting this create button, we're supposed to clear this, all this, but just for simplicity you can do that as an assignment. So it means I'll just have to refresh this again and then create another employee, employee 3, and then let's say his name is John Doe. He's in technical department. His work starts by 8 and then ends by 2 or ends by 1. Now this is okay. So we create this employee. Good. Then let's create another employee again, the last one. So let's say her name is Susan. Header. She's in production department. She starts by 12. And then closes by 5 p.m., which should be 17, right? 17 hours, 1700 hours. So okay, so now we have 4 employees now that has been created in our system, and we can actually view those employees in our database. If you click on these, so you can see these, their work start time and their work end time. Now we're actually interested in the time. We shouldn't have displayed the dates here. We're just only interested in the time. Okay, good. So now that we have these employees created, now the next thing is for the employees to log into their system and then be able to, sign in. So it's assumed that the first employee, I hope I can remember his password, employee 1. I hope I can remember the password. Okay, good. So sign attendance for Tuesday, February 4th, 2020. So this employee, now the idea is for this employee to just click sign into your desktop, and then we'll record that into our database. So now let's look at our attendance table. Okay, we have sign in time, sign in date, sign out date. Okay, then okay, we have this. I'm thinking of how to get the hours the employee has worked. Of course we can okay, I think we need to modify this table. I think we need to modify this table to make it more. Let's look at the design properly. Sign in date time, sign in. Then let's put work hours. Date time, this should be date time. We've changed everything from time span to date time to make our calculation more easier for us. That's what we had in the employee here. If you look at the employee, we actually changed that to date time. So we actually changed them to date time. So attendance too will be date time to make the calculation easier for us. So let's save the attendance table. Now we'll go back to our data sets and then modify the attendance table. You can just remove that, add table adapter, go to next, go to next, go to query builder, refresh that, click the attendance table, click add, close, and then you add these. So you uncheck these just the standard procedure we've been using. Click next, and then you click finish. So we've added this, and then we'll have the work hours. So for each day that he signed in and out, we have the work hours. Now the next thing is I think we need to create a view on this, since we already have let's check. Okay, before creating this new view, let me refresh this and see all the views we have. Good, so you can see we have view employee, where we can actually see the employee's total work hour. See, if you edit this, you can see we have the work start time, work end time for this employee. So if we create an attendance view, we can actually know his supposed work hours and then actual work hours, so we can actually know that. So let's create view attendance. So let's click new view. So TBL attendance. TBL attendance and TBL employee, or should I add the view employee? Let me do this. This will be much more easier for me. Not responding. Okay, so refresh. Select view employee and add that, so we can close. So we can just pick these and add it here. So we select all these, sign in date time, and then work hours. Okay, I think we need to change this to actual work hours, and then we need to change these to supposed. We need to have we need to change this to actual work hours, so that we can calculate work start time minus work end time. Work end time riders subtracts minus work start time to give us supposed work hours, and sign out time minus sign in time should give us actual work hours. So we need to get this actual work hours. This should be changed to actual work hours, not just work hours, so there won't be confusion. So let me close this, go back to attendance, design. So I call this actual work hours. That means we'll have to remodify this. CBL attendance, close. So we add this. So we save this. Then now we go back to create the view attendance, new view. So we add the attendance table, and then we can add the view employee table. Good. So we map this employee to this, select all these, sign a date, sign out date time, and then actual work hours. And then here I think we should just be interested in the department name and employee name. I don't want to display this for now, so I say save this as view attendance. So go right here and save that. Good. So we drag that into our data sets, add table adapter, go to next, go to query builder, refresh that, go to views, probably refresh that again. So select view attendance, we add it, close this, and then we select all these. It's usually good to select them one by one so you can get to see all the fields you have if you're using them for your calculations. So uncheck these, click on these, and then close. So I can drag this here to make it more easier to read. So here's where we're going to get our reports for each employee that signed in and out every day. So we close this. Good. Now what we want is an employee to sign in to his desktop and sign out to his desktop. For example, this is employee 1, so we're going to code the sign attendance. So of course, which is under employee, so sign attendance. So I call this RAD sign in, RAD sign out. So on which event, unchecked change. So if this is checked, so we have these, and then unchecked change, create another event. So if right sign in is checked, if checked, of course, is true, so we can do our logic here. So we come here, we use our data sets using HR attendance, sorry, table adapters. So attendance table adapters. Good. So now what we just want to do is just to insert into our table. But in the process of inserting into this table, into the attendance table, we need to calculate the actual work hours. That's the user sign in. So but in doing this now, you can see once an employee has signed in, if the employee clicks on sign in, we're going to make an insert statement. If an employee clicks on sign out, then we're going to do an update statement. So that's how we're going to have that. So he signed in, we make insert. He signed out, we make update. So good. So if our sign in is checked, we're going to say TBL attendance, attendance is this. So attendance should insert employee ID. So did we get that from our login when the employee logged in? Let me check that. to get the employee ID. Okay, I think we need to get that from the login. Or did we get that from our site.master? Let me look at it. Okay, we didn't code this page. All right, we can close this. So now I bet we need to get the employee ID. So each employee that signed in, we need to get his ID, and we can get that based on username. So we can say get we can get the employee ID based on the username. So we need to create this method here, this SQL statement here. So we go here, add query to employee, select which returns a single value. Now select which returns a single value means we're not interested in returning the whole fields or columns that we have in this table. We just want to return a single value, in this case just employee ID. So we go next. So here we just say select employee ID, from TBL employee, where employee username is this. It's EMP username. So here we can say get ID by username. Good. So we can do that. So get ID by username. So usually good, I close these and reopen it again. And that's how it works for me, because my Visual Studio is not doesn't load that quickly. So now we have this. So let's go back here. Now let's go back to the login.cs. Now if the employee is logged in, or the HR admin, any one of them, what we want to do is we want to do this. Okay, first of all we need to use the using statements. So we'll say using HR simple adapters, and then my employee should be okay. Then we can start this in session. Employee ID should be employee. So get by username, which of course is username text, username dot text. So good, so we have that. Or we can declare this as an integer and store this. So we just know the employee ID is an integer. Or here we can say okay, let's just leave it as employee ID for all of them, since both the HR admin is also an employee. So we have the same thing here. Sorry, with this, copy to. So we have this. So now if the employee logs in, we are going to get a session of his employee ID, and we are going to use that here. So here now we will now say, now back to the attendance. Well, if the RAD sign in is checked, which is this, is checked, sign into your desktop is checked, we make the install statement with integer employee ID, so we can just say convert to integer 32. Employee ID. Good. The sign in date should now be date time dot now. So we'll just get date time dot now, which of course will give us both the dates and the time of signing. So that's the beauty of date time dot now. Then we'll sign out dates, make it empty. Then actual work hours, we also make it empty for now because the employee is signing in. So good. Then if the employee is signing out, we are going to make an update of this register, this attendance register. So if, but before we do that, we need to first of all write the SQL query for that. So on TBL attendance, we need to update based on employee ID. We need to update based on employee ID. So add query, go to next, go to update, go to next. So we're updating based on instead of attendance ID, we're updating based on employee ID, where employee ID equals that's employee ID. So here now we're interested in setting up the employee, we're interested in modifying in our update statement here, we're not interested in modifying the employee ID, the sign in date time. We're just only interested in the sign out date time and the actual work hours. So we can remove these. Good. So update TBL attendance, set sign out date time to be this and actual work hours to be this, where employee ID is this. Good. So let's click next. We'll just say update attendance. Click on next and then finish. So now we've updated attendance, we've created a SQL query for that. Let's go to sign attendance.cx. So now we can say if RAD sign out the checks is true, now what happens, of course, we get the attendance, we declare an instance of the attendance, then attendance should update based on the employee that logged in. Sorry, date attendance, right? Date attendance. So sign out date time will now be date time now. And then the actual work hour. So good, we need to calculate the actual work hour. So that means we need to get, first of all, we need to get the employee sign in time when the employee signed in, then get the current date time and then work out the actual work hours. So that's what we need to do. Now, how do we do that? I think I have to cancel this for now. Save this, and then I also need to write another SQL statement in the attendance register. Okay, the system has paused. System is hanging. It could be the problem. So for the attendance register, I need to get by employee ID. And take note that this is just the simplest of scenario when you're creating a HR attendance system. The attendance system could be much more complex than this, but this is just to give you an overview of how this whole thing works. So let me just get by employee ID. So add query. Go to next. Go to next. Well, I'm interested in the sign in date time. So why don't I just use this? That returns a single value since I'm just interested in the sign in date time for that employee. So go to next. So we select sign in date time. From the attendance table, where employee ID is this parameter. So this will be easier for us. So we'll go to next, and then get sign in time by EMP ID. So you get sign in time by employee ID. So click next, and then you finish. So I usually close these and open it again. Okay, good. So we'll go back to this. Now, date time sign in. So we're getting employee sign in. So we start here by attendance dot get sign in time by employee ID. So of course, which is going to be this session here. Cannot implicitly convert system.datetime to system.datetime. Of course, we need to convert this whole thing to system.datetime to get sign in. Okay, I think we can do it this way. We can do this convert. Will this be better, or I just cast it like this? I hope this cast will work for us. Okay, now we have the sign in time now. Then the work hours, the time work hours, no, time span. Work hours should be this current time the employee is signing out datetime.now. Let's subtract the sign in. Good. So we've gotten the sign in time when the employee signed in, and then we're calculating the work hours now by saying the current time of the system when the user is signing out to we sign out. That's we subtract these from now, from current time of now, so that we can get the work hours. Okay, then then the next thing is okay, then we make our update statements. So we can say attendance, date attendance. So the sign out time is datetime.now. This is when he's signing out, and then here is the work hours that we've calculated. Okay, then the employee ID, sorry, for this employee. Okay, we can convert this to the time. So if the employee has successfully signed out, we can redirect the employee back to the default page. So we can just do that for all of them. So the employee has signed in, we can say response redirect back to the default page. And if an employee has signed out, also the same thing. Now let's test our code and make sure it's working according to how we planned everything. So is this employee still logged in? Let me check. Okay. Okay, the employee is not logged in, the session is out. So let's log in with the first employee. But I think probably might need to modify my the first employee is Steve Mark, and he starts work by 8 and then closes by 4. Well, my current time now is 12 a.m. So let me modify this and then put it to, let me modify this my time. Let me adjust this time on my system. Set time automatically, no. Set time zone automatically, no. Let me just change the time to be let's say 8:07 a.m. Good. So let's say here's the time now. Let me log in. employee1@email.com. So it's assumed this employee is logged in. So he's signed in attendance for February 5th, 2020. So sign into your desktop. Good, so he has signed in. Just this is how we coded it. Let's look at our attendance table. Good, so he has signed in at 8:08. So the employee has signed in at this time, but he has not signed out yet, and then we've not calculated actual work hours. So what we're going to do is we're going to modify this time again. Go to adjust date time. Let's say to to 11, or let's say to 12. No, or let's say to 1 p.m. Good. So this should be the time he's signing out. So sign attendance. And he's signing out by 1. So sign out from your desktop. Okay, there's a problem. Nullable object must have a value. I guess I need to sign in again. My bad. I guess we've lost that session, that employee session there. So let's log in again. So let's say employee1 email.com. So let's see, here's the time the employee is signing out of the desktop. Okay, unable to cast object of type system.timespan to system.iConvertible. Okay, I guess maybe this should be done this way. The time like this. Cannot convert time system.timespan to okay, can I store this? string will not work, will it? And we need to put this as time span so that we can get these subtracts. If I change this to date time, that's if we don't have this method here, so it's better this stays as time span. Okay, let me see the best way to approach this. Let me see the best way to approach this. Let me think of it a little. Let me see what hours. Okay. This time WRK choice. Can we do this conversion like this? Okay, there's a problem. Okay, let me just think about this and then continue that in the next video. Actually, the video has been long, so let me just think about this, solve this, and then we'll continue in the next video. Thank you for watching. Okay, alright, let's continue from where we stopped in the last video. We actually tried to solve an error in which it was a logical error, but let me explain that. Now here is what we need to do. The actual work hours, you should please change it back from date time to time span to this times 7. So you should change the data type to this, because we can actually get convert time to date time. It's like time span to date time because it's illogical somehow. So convert this back to this time. Then you might need to recreate your TBL attendance, and then you might need to recreate it back, and then you might need to create also this query just the same way we did it before. So you might need to get sign in time by EMP ID and update attendance like that. You might need to recreate these SQL statements. So once you're done with that, come back to sign in attendance, and then of course every other thing is okay. You just add in your update attendance, just update work hours to string, just update that. So it's going to be work hours here to string, and that will give you the actual the time spent, the hours spent on this work, the hours, minutes and seconds spent. That's the user tried to log in or logged out of the desktop. So now let's run what we have done and see. So here I think we need to change this time and sign in again and sign out.
So let me go here to adjust date time. Let me adjust it first of all to morning. So let me adjust this to 8 in the morning, 8 a.m. Okay, then employee 1 sign in. Okay, so he signed into his desktop, and then we have this. So the employee has successfully signed into the desktop, in which we can run this, and you can see he signed in at 8:53 based on this. So let's change the time again to, let's say, later in the afternoon. Maybe he signed out too early, so let's change to maybe 3 p.m. Good, so he signed out by this time. Okay, so he's going to sign out of the desktop now, and fine and good. So he is able to sign out of the desktop. So we'll come here, we refresh this. So you can see he has spent 7 hours 55 seconds, right? Yes, 7 hours 55 seconds for, that's his actual work hours spent, this employee. So you can now use this time to calculate your payroll with your payroll department. So that's the idea actually of attendance. So now we're able to do this. Let's also sign in with another employee. Probably let's log off. Let's say employee 2 signed in. So if you look at employee 2, which is Dusan colleague, his work starts by 9 a.m. and ends by 12. So we can actually modify the time to let's say 9 a.m. Okay, so we've changed that. So he signed in. Good. Now let's change the time. Let's look at it on our DB. So he signed it by this time, and then let's change the time again for him to sign out. So let's say he signed out too early, signed out by 10, which he's not supposed to. So he signed out from the desktop. Good. So we have this. I think these 2 records. It's okay. You can do the remaining to get to see it. So you can see he spent 1 hour 52 seconds. That's the duration of time spent. So you can actually use this to calculate your payroll. So what next? We just need to display these as a report. We already have view attendance, I believe. Let's refresh this. Good. So we already have view attendance table that we can view. Good. So you can see employee name, departments, sign in dates, time, sign out date time, and actual work hours spent. So we can just create a report out of these so the admin can get to see. So let's go to the reports table. Let's go to the reports page rather. So the HR admin reports. Okay, we've created the grid view. So I think we can look at the columns we need. First of all, we need the departments column. Department's name. Then we need the employee name. Then we need the sign in date time, sign out date time, and actual work hours spent. So this will be a date time control. Sign in date time, sign out date time, and then actual work hours spent, right? Which is actual work hours. This mustn't be a date control. This can just be it can just be a data text column. Good. So we can go to the code behind of this, view code, and then of course we need this using HR data sets, and then we see if there is no post back. It's always good to do this. Then view, sorry, HR attendance data sets table adapters. Of course, this is HR attendance data sets table adapters. What's the mistake? Oh man, I'm not getting it. Well, I'm surprised the using statement is not, the IntelliSense is not showing it. So no problem. Let's just, this is what we need. Attendance rather. View attendance table adapter. So we can say attendance to the new then expx grid view 1. The data source will be attendance dot get data expx grid view 1 dot data bind. So the admin can now get to see the reports of all users that have signed in and out of this system. So let the admin log off and log in again. Good, so the admin logs in, which are admin 1 and okay, I guess I might have done a mistake somewhere. Well, do I need this for the HR admin role? I don't think I need this. Let me log in again. This is strange. I'm not getting to see the roles again if I log in. Am I logging in correctly? What could be the issue? Of course, this is the username and password, and I'm logged in, but I seem not to see the roles again. Well, this is strange. Let's just go to reports. Let's type reports on the URL. Okay, we're still having that some error. Unable to cast of the system.time span to system.I convertible. That is for the reports. Maybe this should be date column. Okay, do we have data time column? Okay, time edit column. Okay, that should be the appropriate one. this is strange. The time is really an issue. Time edits column, data time edits column, of course. Okay, let's see what Visual Studio suggests. Let's put data source ID to be objects data source 1, and then let's drag data source object control. And let's see what Visual Studio suggests itself. So let's go to design. So we'll click on the smart tag, configure data source, select view attendance, to next, and then finish. Good. Let's go back to source. Okay, so it's using dates column. Let me refresh these and see if I can remove this now. Okay, this is my bad. Wow, now this is also an issue. So even using this method, we still had a problem. Well, this data type is not what I usually work with. So displaying it is actually a problem. Well, anyway, this is the actual work hours. We can treat these as string. Okay, remove this. Delete this for now. I just need the department name, the employee name. I can bring this up. Department, employee sign in, date sign out, and work hours. So I can change the visible index 1. Or I should remove the visible index completely. So actual work hours has been a problem. So let me just say data column and see. Generic data column. Well, I think we need to Google this and see what's the problem. So let's just look at it and see what's the problem. Let's see what people are saying about this. let's see this one that is marked as so he's saying we should convert it to date time. Okay, I think this person is more. Let's look at another side. Let's look at another response. I think I might like this person's answer. I think I like this person's answer. So why don't I just pick these completely and then change these actual work hours to be a template control. This like this, data item templates, and then let's dump this here, and then let's make these actual work hours. It's actual work hours, right? So let's refresh these and view again. And we hope this works. Okay, the server is not well formed. Oh, where did I place this? Okay. The server is not well formed. The server tag is not well formed. Where do we get that answer from? This looks quite okay to me, so I'm beginning to wonder what's the problem. don't think this will even be the issue. This is talking about the server is not well formed. Should we have the F file here and remove this? I don't know. Maybe we should have it like this. Okay, let me look at it again. Okay, let's pick this. Maybe this one is well formed. Good. I believe this should be well formed because I'm seeing single quotes instead of double quotes here for the text. Well, this is still a problem. Unable to cast object of type system.timespan to this. Okay, sorry. Let me change this to let me change this to data column. Wow. Okay, I guess we have to search these in Dev Express. You can say display time span in AXPX grid view. Let's look at this. Okay, how to show time span data type in grid view. I guess someone has gotten this error before. Hi, the thing is that our time edit doesn't support working with time span directly, so you need to use a different approach to accomplish this. Okay, you can see what DevExpress support said here, that the time span doesn't work directly, the time edit doesn't work directly with time span, and okay, use unbound columns and format time span object into a desirable format. Okay, which is what we doing. Okay, we can probably maybe display the format string, I don't know, but let's try that and see. If this doesn't work, let me do this. Use the date column. Work hours, display, format string. Let's do this. And I hope this works. Trying to judge by what they wrote. And that's an issue. Okay. We'll remove these. And then we set to string. Probably. Yes, which is displayed here. So this is supposed to give us exactly what we want. This wants me to use a template, or probably, and that would be a long method. Okay, I think what I need to say at this point is, as you can see what the DevExpress support said, there's actually a problem. And then I believe you pick this template and you do this. Probably you pick data row. Maybe you should do this. Let's see the desired result we're going to get from this. Okay, actually there's actually a problem. So I guess we have to report these properly to the DevExpress supports, because I can't understand what they use here. They say use unbound columns and format a time span object to a desirable format. I don't think this really helped. Okay, well, at this point, I think we can come to the concluding parts. We can come to the conclusion of these video tutorials, and of course we've come a long way, and we're able to display our attendance in this format. So probably it's just to display this on our grid view. That is the final thing that is remaining. So maybe you can experiment this yourself using the standard ASP.NET grid view, and I can say thank you for watching. Welcome to the concluding part on these video tutorials on how to create a HR attendance app in C#. In the last video, we actually had a little problem working with our time span and displaying the attendance report. Now, I've been able to solve that. It's been a while actually. I've worked with time span control, and the time span control alongside DevExpress control is not really doesn't really fit like that. So probably maybe in the latest version of DevExpress controls, maybe they've worked around that. So what I did was I was able to go back to my database and then change the actual work hours to be an NVAR. So that way I can be able to display the actual work hours here. So it's pretty much the same thing. The only thing is you just change this to NVAR, and then you go to your data sets, you come to your code, and then make sure it's data grid view data text column, and then you go to your data set and then just update the view attendance datasets table adapter. So that's just all about that, and then every other thing remains pretty the same. So if you've watched this tutorial this far, thanks for watching, and you can see how we started the journey up to this point of having an attendance report. And actually the idea of actual work hours, like I said, is to be able to calculate the employee's payroll, based on the work hours, the time he has spent working, in comparison to his actual work hour that has been predefined, if you can remember, in the beginning of the application. So that's how time attendance work. But you could as an assignment, since you're watching this video tutorial, you could add your own logic, business logic, to the whole thing according to how your business rules are. And of course you can drop comments in my if you watch this video and you have any problem at all, you can drop a comment and then we can solve it together. So one more time, like I said, my name is Ayuba Ojonugwamuazu, and thank you for watching. Okay. I'm trying to save this video. I thought of okay.